Manufacturers Cup, starting at the 24-hour track of Nürburgring, which is a combination between the classic Nürburgring Nordschleife and the Nürburgring Grand Prix racetrack all together. As you can see, we're way above slow. Basically, what I'm going to do here now is going to just try to feel out practice laps if I can, just to get a feel of the car. As you can see, we have rain on the track currently. Vice versa, where it'll rain qualifying and then when the race starts it can be dry. That's what I'm hoping at least. But we'll have to wait and see how everything turns out. So hopefully you guys are having a great day so far. Hopefully you guys had a great Christmas, a great Thanksgiving as well. It's been quite a long time since I've been on here. So hopefully, like I said, you guys are doing great as we get started with practice. And all this moisture. I will admit that nice, clean, glossy look on the asphalt looks pretty nice though. Has a nice shine to it. But I'd rather have it on dry conditions. But maybe it'll be, you know, the complete opposite when we had dry conditions for qualifying and then rain we had, well, the race we had rain, and maybe this time around it might be backwards. We'll have rainy qualifying and dry race. And again, it could be, you know, dry race, dry qualifying, or it could be rain all the way through. But you can see we're about to clear up according to the radar, so hopefully when it begins to dry up it'll be quick, and that way I can get a shot what the car can do in the dries. It doesn't feel too bad as long as I can keep it on the track, which that happened. If I have time, I'll go ahead and show you guys my livery for this car. Last season, I basically downloaded and reposted, saved some liveries. So in this season, I'm just going to have my own special livery for this season. So officially GT1 class, which is cool. So this full series is going to be a little bit more challenging, longer races, of course. So hopefully this first race will be a good result. I went ahead and checked on the main schedule, and to my surprise, the first race starts, of course, at 5 p.m. Second race for this, if you're in the GT1 class, starts at 7 p.m. Eastern Time Zone, and then the last race takes place at 9 o'clock. So hopefully, if we can't get this race done in the first try, and hopefully the second try. And in between that, we'll have pretty much a big break, so by then I might have supper. So I might be AFK for a little bit, but we'll just have to wait and see how things play out. And the one thing that actually did surprise me in this particular race is there's really no settings you can set your car up, so you can't really adjust the dampness on the stiffness of the springs like you could in last season. So it should be very interesting to see how this all plays out. But we're finally getting the track is finally to drive just a little bit. So like I said, hopefully I do get some time when the track is dried up, just in case if the track is dry in race conditions, we'll have a shot try it out now. I just like the GTR for some reason. It just feels pretty good to me. And we're just about almost in the clear. Uh-oh. Well, oh, I forgot the damage is set to serious or heavy. Oh, well, that's going to be something to look out for. That's beautiful. My guess is probably a sunrise. I'm pretty sure that's what that is. I don't think it's a sunset. I'm pretty sure that's a sunrise. Okay, I'm gonna come inside pit road. I'm gonna risk and just do mediums. I'm hoping to be able to change. There we go. That's what I was hoping. That was probably a bad call. But just gonna creep around a little bit. Hopefully it doesn't take too long for the track to dry up. Process, want to do this too. There we go. I mean, maybe just a little bit too early. But hopefully by the end of the lap it will dry up some to where it'll be where the slopes can come to play. But it all depends of how fast the weather, how it acts. We got about close to half an hour to go before we begin. It's probably gonna be wet for a while. Yeah. It don't surprise me. Okay, I'm going back out of it. What I'll do though is I'm gonna go ahead and share with you guys my livery for the season. So that's photo mode, walk mode. So here's the livery I got for this season. So nothing really too offlandish in my opinion. Got of course Wrangler, blue jeans, real tree, Napa parts, Goodyear, Milwaukee, Taco Bell, Baja Blast, PS4 Pro. We have the old Kurt Busch back when he drove for Jack Roush Racing, his number 97, of course, because of our channel. Nismo Racing Motorsports Technology by Nismo on the top of the windshield screen. And of course we have our YouTube channel on the door with the legendary Gulf stripe on both sides and the American flag on the window. We got the Manufacturer's Cup logo right up the number, just like it was back in the old days when NASCAR had Winston Cup as their main sponsor. That's probably where they would put it. And you can see right beside the tire we have flames sticking out as well. And then for the rear, I have just follow me on TikTok logo and then on YouTube, and that's it for the car. So it's not, in my opinion, not really too you know, show it off, I don't think. So it's pretty simple, pretty basic. Still got some time, so I'm gonna try to do one more lap. Try to see if I can do it. Keep the car on the track if I can. I won't be able to do a fast lap for the track being all the way dried, unfortunately. So probably move the brake balance to 1. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to this race, see how it's going to work. I was actually surprised it was happening today. I kind of lost track of the days of the week and actually got to see on Facebook that today was a day for this race. So but like I said earlier, hopefully you guys are doing great today. Sorry it's been a while. The last time I covered was round 4 of the Manufacturers Cup Season 1. In between that time, hopefully you had a great Christmas and Thanksgiving. Also, I hope my last Tokyo build has been a help to you too as well. Matter of fact, I went ahead and uploaded a big video today covering the Mitsubishi Evo Final Evolution with the Escudo engine swap. Then I did the original GR86 Toyota with the stock engine at Tokyo Expressway, and then the 911 Carrera Porsche RSCS at Tokyo Expressway. So all those cars did really well. Really was glad that I was able to improve my overall time with the Lancer Evo at Tokyo, and really liked how the GR86 felt with it being with the stock engine, the car not being as tight as if you were to put the Supra engine package inside the car. So that was a pretty cool, fun experiment to see how that car reacted at that track. So I might do another Tokyo field video, maybe 2 out, I'm hoping. But yeah, it's been good, so. I'm actually like this drive with the inters with this wet racetrack. I think wets will be better though. But I'm just kind of used to the loose feel, so I'm not too sure. I mean, I know the last race we had here with this kind of weather, it was raining hard and the main tire was on wets, and it was a 3-lap sprint. The first 2 laps it was completely wet conditions, and then last lap the track did begin to dry, and that's when the inters really kicked in. So I don't know if it's going to be another race where you have to really be extra careful and see if who's the best driver in the wet conditions and how hard can they push without making a mistake. Keeping the car balanced as well, that's another very interesting, tricky scenario too. Having that fine balance between being quick and at the same time having control of the car. So, but I'm also looking forward to the Nations Cups too. Very much looking forward to the first round. First round's using the 2019 Red Bull race car at Spa. Has a pretty nice feel to it. It's gonna feel like being in a miniature Formula 1 race for sure. 22 laps around Spa, so that's basically half the race length of an average F1 race at Spa. So It's going to be very interesting to see how that goes. As long as I know the weather should be dry, the tire choices is you have to use a set of mediums and a set of softs in that race. So it should be a dry event. So that should be pretty fun to race here with those cars. Very much looking forward to it. Oh, that's so sketchy. No! That's exactly where I lost it on the last time we were here in one of the races. Nice and smooth, nice and smooth. There we go. I should try a set of wets to see how they would have reacted. I probably would have reacted maybe a little bit better, maybe more grip. Oh, that gorgeous sunshine. Nice exit, and we can begin to be on this long straightaway. might have time to try out wets and see how they do. Oh, too much speed. Yep. Well, it wasn't too bad. But yeah. Actually, it might be about that time to accept the, yeah, that wasn't too bad. Here we go. Yep, we're almost getting there to that period. That's what I was looking for. Just about 1 minute to go. And I'm pretty sure it's going to be the same thing. So, just in case you're curious what the stats are, we're going to have 5 laps, 16 drivers, 12 minutes worth of qualifying time, which is great. So that gives you about 2 laps. Maybe not, maybe a lap and a half. 1x fuel, 2x tires. Qualifier 2x for the tires. That's interesting. Let's see here. Of course, driver and safety rating affected. Mechanical damage heavy. So, in other words, if you hit someone, if you get damage from them, that damage stays with you until you hit pit road, which is going to be pretty bad. But let me see if go to race details. Gusting during race strong. Usable tires, race mediums, wets, intermediates. So there really isn't, yeah, minimum number of pit stops, none. So that's gonna be interesting. So could be a nice dry race, maybe. That's what I'm hoping. I'm going to switch my tires to mediums just in case if the track is under different conditions, even though I doubt it. It'll probably be wets. Yep, same thing. So we're gonna try wets this time around, just to see what it's gonna be like. If I could probably do a 10:02 or 10:03, I'd be pretty glad. But if we go above it, let's say below 10, then that would be amazingly good. Now I can tell this has a little bit more grip than the inchers, just by a little bit. It's got a little bit more traction too, so that's nice. So we should easily go below 10 minutes. Overshot first turn. No damage, that's good. That was a sloppy first turn though, so. Yeah, I could already feel a difference already. It feels really good. little bit sketchy. But I can tell a difference though. That was close. Whoa. Nice turn, had that left wheels glued to that curb. Hello there. As you guys can see, we're getting close to showtime. Begin round 2, or excuse me, season 2 of the Manufacturers Cup at Nürburgring. And you can see right now we're doing practice, and it's under wet conditions. So I'm hoping when we do qualifying with the other drivers that it'll be nice and dry. If not, I can tolerate the wets, but we'll just have to wait and see how everything goes in this race. Right here, fourth gear, back to the power. Ooh. Nice. But hope you're having a great day so far. I know it's been a long time since I've done a live stream, which was all the way back in the first season of the Manufacturers Cup, round 4. So during that time, of course, we had Thanksgiving and Christmas, so hopefully you had a great Thanksgiving and Christmas. Nice turn. Good. Ooh. And now for that long straightaway. Of course, got that beautiful sunrise right there on the left side of the screen. Just curious to see if this lap time is going to be faster than the other lap time. The other lap time, just in case if you're curious to see what I did, I use inters for my first lap. So I'm just wondering if we gain time, lose time. Okay, that was a much better turn right there. Oh yeah, it's gonna be a huge improvement. Huge improvement. Okay. 9:48. Now I'm pretty sure the person in front of me that did it 8:21, they probably had just to wait for it to be fully dried in order to do that. So I'm not going to be too concerned about that. I will hate to know how long it takes for that track to be fully dry. Chances is up there, so is the Supra, it's up there. McLaren is up there, so I felt that these last couple of updates, there's been more and more different cars up toward the front. And you know what, I like it. So I'm just gonna wait it out. I'll wait for a little bit. Now here's the lever I'm gonna be using for this whole season. Just in case if you're curious. I didn't want to do that. Huh. I'm pretty sure I took a picture earlier. Oh well. Oh, it might have been because it was the, it wasn't because I injured the injury. That was before then. It was free practice, that's why. I'm not too sure. But yeah, I'm content with that. That's pretty good. But I like how it looks. It's like a russet gold body with the, of course, the channel logo on the side door. With the Gulf livery stripes on the side of the car. Also have a little flame shooting out from the right side of the wheels too, right there. So it's gonna be interesting. This is gonna be my first GT1 class race, so I'm looking forward to it. It's gonna be a long race though. 5 laps around this track, so I'm hoping that this track will eventually dry up, hopefully. So you never know. I mean, this is the first race, so this is going to be a learning race for everybody. I'd be curious to see how many points this has to offer. Hopefully a lot. So as we're about 40 seconds away from the race event. Now, the funny story was when they had the radar introduced in the game, we also had the 24-hour race Nürburgring in the last season, and I, went outside the room for a little bit, for just a brief minute, came back in, the race started, and I was on racing hard slicks, and then next thing I knew, we had downpours of rain, and I didn't know about it. So I had to back out because, I was no way going to be able to catch up to the field because I made that mistake. So, but I'm curious to see what race is going to be beholding. Now, but we'll have qualifying, thankfully, in this race event. So that's going to be cool to see that. And then we'll have the race itself. Oh, it's a night race. Nice. Cool. A lot of Porsches here. Got a McLaren up the front. Nice. Or might be qualifying as under the lights, maybe. I don't know about the race itself, but if the race is under the lights or nighttime, that's cool. Nope, it was just a loading screen. Okay. Well, there goes my dreams. Well, it could be different because this is the warm-up. But just to think, though, if it was under the lights, it would have been so spectacular. I mean, just to see the pit road lit up, the bridge lit up, the tower lit up. Oh well. Got a good bit. We got a lot of mixes here. I'm not the only GTR driver? Yes. Yeah, it's mainly McLarens, and we got a 4C, we got NSX, 911s. 171 points is on the offer. I'm pretty sure it's on the right, should be on the right tire, because I was on wets. So therefore it should still be on the wet tire compound, hopefully, and not changed it to something else. Okay, good. So we got a lot of inters and we got a lot of wet drivers. Okay. Interesting. So it's gonna be a mixed match batch here. I'm just curious how this is going to work out. I think the inters will come in on lap 2 or lap 3, that's my guess. You can already tell I have a lot more grip compared to the Porsche. The Porsche letting me go. Because the rain will end around the end of the first lap. But then again, the time for it to drive off is pretty long. It's not like Le Mans when you have to race one lap and then the track's magically dry, or a lap and a half and it magically drives up. So it's very interesting to see. Now the leader is pulling away, so I won't be too surprised if he's on wets, and he probably had more time than I did on this track, so he's pulling away pretty quickly. Of course, I would like to start on pole, but that guy leading the pack, if he's pulling away easily without any issue, any problems, he's going to probably be a good contender in this race for the win. And you can see we got the two Porsches in front of us. They're having a little bit of trouble. Right in front of me, I can tell. I believe these two guys have inters as well, but I could be wrong. So this is going to be just a risky move to see if the wets are fail, or if the track does begin to dry up pretty quickly at the end of lap 1. It just all depends on how things do shape out. Checking the radar right now, you can see we're still got some moisture on the track, but you can see it's going to be clearing up pretty soon. So now this is a hot lap, so this won't count at all. And that is another sketchy thing, because lap 2 is when the real lap begins, and by then the track might be in better shape and it could be more toward an inter compound. Okay, thank you, Porsche driver. Oh, got one guy off the track. Alright, so now we're P2 overall on track. We got Jupiter in front of us. I'm not too sure what he's driving. I didn't really pay attention to see what he was driving, but we are kind of catching him, I think. I could be wrong. The two Porsche drivers are kind of racing behind me. We basically pulled away from the Porsche drivers. I believe we're catching Jupiter by a little bit. Yeah, I think he might have had a moment there in front of us. So I can see the car a little bit better. Oh, there he is. He's driving a Mercedes AMG, so he did have a moment right there. So that now puts us in the overall leader of the pack of the track. Now, here is a tricky situation that I found myself in. You can see the radar, we're clearing up just a little bit, according to the weather. Now, the question is, will the inters kick in? Will they be the prevail tire choice, or will the wet still be the best choice? That's the question, as we're going to spin around again. So this goes to prove to you this track is a little tricky to drive in the wets. I really don't like that corner whatsoever. And you can see we're catching Jupiter again. I think he's being really cautious now. Which I don't blame him. I mean, this is a tricky track to drive, regardless of what conditions they are. Yeah, I think again we pulled away from the Porsche drivers again, I think. Well, there's that one Porsche behind me, but I think whatever the leader's going to do, I'm going to do. So if he stays out, then I'm going to stay out too. But it can go either way. But I think it's just maybe just a little bit premature to switch to inters, I think. I think wets might be the prevailing tire. Because I really don't see any car that's different on the main grid. I'm pretty sure we got one driver always still stuck in that first turn. I think that's the first turn. So I'm pretty sure the wets is probably the tire to go again for the next lap. Inters is usually you choose that whenever the water level is about a fourth full, and we're close to over half still water level, so I think we're going to stick where we're at. Yeah, leader's staying out. And there probably is more moisture over here than it was on the other part of the track too, so. Alright, so the first lap has begun. I think we messed up that turn right there. I think Jupiter and I are pretty much well even. It's just figuring out how hard to go. Alright, checkered flag is fallen, but we still got over 10 minutes to go. So it's now or nothing right here. Yeah, we've gained, or we've pretty much, the Porsche drivers lost any contact with us whatsoever, so it's just between me and Jupiter now. And the car does feel nice to drive still. It does feel a little bit tighter. That's probably because the track is drying up a little bit. But I don't really see that much difference. Oh, he just didn't get loose there. He's finding the car, man. He's finding it. I'm finding it too. Oh, this is gonna be good. Probably is if we do catch him. See, we gained a lot on him. So you can see his name now in the car. Oh, he's really loose. He's finding it. And to be honest, I'm actually surprised how the track's not really drying that quick, which I kind of expected because of practice. All I need to do is just keep it straight and not mess up. I think he hears me coming. He's getting a little bit. Good corner, good corner. Keep the car straight. That's a good exit. Brake. I think this part, yeah, the track this is dry over here. So I guess the inters might prevail through here, I think. You can see that the racing line's already formed up, so the inters really should prevail here. We'll just have to wait and see how it all's going to play out. Should be curious to see how much time they pick up though. Probably a lot. But as you can see on the map, it's just me and Jupiter. The guy in third, they're way, way far back. Oh, Jupiter, yep, he gets a penalty from that. I knew when he dipped under that grass he would be in trouble. He ran a little bit wide there too. Alright, now we need to be careful this one turn. Okay, we're at the good part, of the track. Back to the power. Very close there. See, it's getting loose and right in front of us. Oh no, we both fell in the gravel. Alright, he served his penalty, so we're going to gain a lot of time on him through this main stretch. I don't think we'll be able to pass him though at the end of the corner because we messed up a pretty good bit, plus we got held up by that gravel. I tell you what though, that was a good exit corner. Let's see how we did. Okay, we did 9:13. Wow, that was a good lap. I need to see how everybody else did, because I know some of them are further back, but that doesn't mean that I'm guaranteed the pole sitter. I kind of felt bad for him though. I mean, because he was doing very well overall. Oh, yep, that McLaren, I'm pretty sure he was one of the guys that had the injures. I won't be too surprised if that's the case. That's why there's a huge gap difference right there. So we have 1, 2, 3 more drivers to go. Probably one more guy to go. We'll see what the Alfa Romeo and what the other Porsche driver does. There's the M6. I'm not too sure what they're going to finish. Probably last place if they don't. Oh man, the Alpha gets the pole. Because I know it was a mixed batch, so I was right. I'm pretty sure this group right here, these guys were the guys that chose inters. I won't be too surprised at all. Interesting. Now we gotta do is wait for this M6 driver, and that'd be it. So the worst we can start is 5th place if that's the case, but I'm pretty sure we're locked in 4th. But like I said, once the track does begin to dry up on the end of the first lap, that's when the inters will kick in, especially the second part of that lap. You guys saw the water level drastically lowered a good bit, and once that happened, that's when the inters really came to play. They had more grip. Plus, I could tell on the wets, they felt a little bit. Some parts felt loose. The car felt loose, and some parts, so the car felt a little bit understeery. So the inters really came to play. But that's pretty impressive though for the Alpha driver to get the pole. So that's interesting. So that's good to know, just in case if we don't get the win here in the first go around, we know to expect that second go around. So but good efforts for the Alpha driver. That's pretty cool. You can see the rain is falling again. Cheyenne Racing, thanks for the dive bomb. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh yes, that lovely opera music. Gotta love it. That will always be in my head. On GT4, the introduction, that always will be in my memory. The only thing I do wish they could have done though is instead of having the legit cars with the legit liveries, original liveries, well, whoever's in the race, they can get a chance to see their own car. The own car they're driving plus the livery that they're racing, rather than just having the original cars with the original liveries. But that's just me. It would be just, you know, a little cool detail if they did that. So but this is interesting. So we have the top 3 drivers enters, okay? So starting this race, we reset the weather back to where it was before qualifying started. I believe that's the way I saw it. So it's going to be interesting to see how the Alpha does, the McLaren, let's see who else had it, the Porsche 911. I'll be interested to see how their cars react and how they do in these conditions, because I for a second was really didn't know for sure if I wanted to switch to inters or not. So I guess the best strategy for this race is probably race on wets for like 1 lap, and then when you begin lap 2, switch over to inters, and then it will take to halfway on lap 2, because that's when the track did begin to dry, especially the second part of the racetrack. Switch to inters. So I mean that's my depiction, and the first lap we caught up with the Jupiter, who was in Mercedes. We easily passed the Porsches right in front of me. So I'll be very curious to see how the McLaren does, the Porsche does, and the Alfa Romeo, especially the Alfa Romeo. So it's gonna be interesting. So hopefully fuel was good, brakes good, and let's get going. See, the Porsche's already off the track. Guys, there's a good gap between us and 5th place, so that's good. I can focus on the McLaren. Got a better chicane out of that than the McLaren did. Yeah, you can see the Porsche, he's struggling a good bit for grip. Oh, drat. That was close. And one thing that's came to my mind, I believe Yeah, there goes the Porsche. I think he got booted, I think. What a move. What a move. Ha ha! What a move! What I was going to say was, before that, is I just wondered if any of the front runners, if they chose and changed their tires to wets. Ooh, the Alpha driver messed up. Big time. And just like that, we get the lead. Awesomeness. Oops, someone left the room. But just because we have the lead doesn't mean it's guaranteed yet. Because I think their strategy, as they're battling it against themselves, you can see Jupiter, he's up to 4th place. Since they got inchers, they can stay out another lap while I'm going to pit after this lap. So we could be coming out of the Rd.1, but at the same time we'll have a fresher set of inchers compared to the leaders. Ooh, that's wide. Don't know, might get a penalty for that, maybe. But yeah, you can see we're just leaving the Alpha behind. Jupiter's up to 3rd place. The McLaren's down to 4th. Not too sure where the Porsche went. He got punted off. I really won't be too surprised if we actually do have to use all 3 compounds. Because what I'm thinking about doing is, after this first lap, we're going to come in, get a new set of inchers. And then after that stint, it is guaranteed that the track should be well dry. Like completely dry. So, we're looking at 1 lap of inchers, 1 lap of wet, which is we're about to finish up, and then the rest of the race should be slick mediums. That's what I'm thinking it's going to be, judging how it was with qualifying when the inchers kick in right at the end of lap 2. But you see, that's probably why I'm thinking about the short end of this bargain, because the Alpha, surely they got inchers. And If that's the case, they don't have to come in the pit. So therefore, all they need to do is just make one pit stop. The car is beginning to feel tight too, by the way. That was strangely a good exit. I was shocked. Okay, so we know the next stint is, of course, going to be Inters. Now, it is getting darker, so we should have that lovely night race that they showed earlier before it started qualifying. The only thing I could think of that can throw this into an interesting monkey wrench is what if it rains again? I'm probably going to be the only guy pitting for Inters. Everybody's like, what is he doing? It's like, well, I'm thinking of a strategy here that might work out. Oh, I forgot, that's a pit line. But we're okay. Now I gotta be a little extra careful too because we still got moisture on the track still. Okay, so that Alpha was on wet. Because look how much time we just gained. Okay, I know we kept losing some, but you'll see it soon. Yeah. This could play right back in my hands. I'm just gonna be careful though, not to hamper everyone else's race. Look at that beautiful red sky. Gorgeous. Oh, we got a big train forming up. So if you guys just joined in, right at the end of lap 1, I went ahead and pitted for a fresh set of intermediates. I'm pretty sure everybody else right in front of me is on wets. Right when we left pit road, we had a 15 gap between ourselves and leader. That lead has diminished, and it is continuing to go down. So we're literally at the catbird seat. I gotta be careful still. Whoa. Oh man, I can't believe you did that to me. I know we got the tire. It's just trying to be careful, not wreck anyone out in the process. We'll get him this time. We'll get him. We'll get him. We'll get him. Not what I had in mind. But we're still in good shape because, well, this guy's not giving me any breaks, is he? He's probably on the inters. So I went for it right there. Alright, now we gotta catch the McLaren driver. And I don't know how that's gonna be an easy task or not. I doubt it. That poor Porsche driver just got obliterated. I was gonna say one more lap. I just messed up that first turn. Horrible first turn. Because you got consideration, that is a very fine line right there. And what if they mess up? Plus you got to count consideration pit road too. But I'll make sure and apologize to BMW driver at the end of the race. I just don't know why he was aggressively blocking that much. Maybe he was on the tiers, I don't know. I just hope we made the right call. I didn't see that. I gained a little bit, but not a whole lot. I'm more curious about the McLaren driver and the rest of the field, see what they can do. If I could just stay out of trouble and just hope they get held up or they make up mistakes on the track. That's my only, probably the only way I could pull this off. There goes the McLaren driver, he's through. got mediums, I can tell. Yeah, he's catching up. I probably should have held it full throttle there. Yeah, I think we lost it. He's gained so much time on us. Quite a shame. And I knew that that strategy that McLaren did was pretty much spot on, starting with inters and having to ride on that first lap. Was holding on the first lap, and lap 2, no need to pit, just switch to wait till lap 3 to pit for slicks. So I guess the best thing we'd do is just see what we can do. Oh, that's so annoying. I don't know why Jupiter's pitting. I mean, he's got the right tire. If we stay in P2, that'd be great. Okay. I'm not too sure how we'll be with the same tire though. I mean, we could catch him. And we do have fresh tires. Yeah, I think he's gone. I think he's gone. Oh, what a shame. I should have been with him. That's simple as that. Yeah, I could see what I could do in the corners, but he's got such a big lead. The only thing I'm hoping for is if he messes up. I really messed up. And the other thing that could probably help me a lot if I went ahead and completely turned my gamma setting all the way to the max too, and make it like it's daytime. Yeah. But we did get a good bit of time there, so, but, you know. You... Appreciate it, game. Appreciate it. Love you, game. Love you. So we went from P2 for a good podium down to 6th place. And I'm gonna lose more of my driver rating. Simple as that. I just love this game. And I'm not playing the pit. I mean, I got over a 27-second lead from the guy in front of me, so. It'd be alright. Plus, I got a shot to maybe get 5th or 4th place if the Porsche or the Mercedes guy, if they mess up, so. I didn't even know what took me out. It was probably just one of those random wet spots on the track. Had to been. Hey, if I get 4th, I'll take it, but I'll do the race again. I'll just do the same thing I did. Lap 1, start on wets. Or no, I'll start on inters. That way on lap 3, pit for slicks. Turn the gamma saying all the way to the max. You know. And just pretend the car doesn't have headlights. So I can literally see the track. And we got ourselves a pretty interesting race for the podium. So that's a cool thing. So considering that we have damage on the front of the nose, losing a lot of horsepower, like literally a lot of horsepower. GG. But I'm still going to try to get a podium if I can. I mean, I doubt it. I'll have to first get him at a corner and then try to build up such a big lead because this car has no straight line speed whatsoever. And I think the other thing I probably should have done too is adjust the brake balance to front. I had them on the rear, and that's probably what caused the car to maybe lose control too. I don't know. Yep, that's what I thought. Yep, appreciate it, game. Appreciate it. That's a good power move. Let me see if I can try to get fourth. I don't know if I will. See, I really do good in the corners. That's the thing. I do pretty good in the corners. I mean, even with damage. It's just that the main straights is what's killing me a lot. Jupiter is loose. He is loose. He is firing that car, man. Oh, just like qualifying. Uh-oh. What is the car doing? I'm actually kind of surprised that McLaren is doing well. I'm a little bit surprised about that. I was not expecting McLaren to do that well. And I was actually more surprised how strong the Alfa Romeo was on the straights. I ain't gonna do a move on Jupiter. My best bet's probably on the corner. Oh, my bad. Where is he? And of course the Brazilian moves me out of the way because why not? This car is tight, it's got no grip because it's got damage. I think Jupiter messed up. Oh yeah, he did. He messed up big time. Wanna move again. Never mind. Of course. Well, at least we got a lot to learn from this race, at least. Quality on inters, and wait to pit on lap 2 for slicks. I'm glad that nightmare's over. I really don't know how I feel about that. I mean, we did good. We had a shot, and then messed up one corner, and then one thing led to another, and then of course that's racing. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. And I know it's gonna drop. I know for sure. We finished P6. It's gonna drop. Of course it's gonna drop. Yep. Let's find out. Alright. And we're gonna, with that, we're gonna leave the track. And unfortunately, we'll have to wait till 7 o'clock for the next race, which is a pain. I mean, it's 45 minutes away, but what I'm going to do is we're going to practice again. And we are going to, excuse me, we're going to start doing red. We're going to do wets first lap. Actually, no, we're going to start on inters on the first lap. Practice with that, and then we're going to switch tires. So just in case you guys missed it, we just got done with our first race. Overall, it was a good race until lap 4 or 5. I think I might have hit a wet patch on the grass or something on the track, lost its control, spin out, and then messed up with one turn, spun out again. Overall, finished 6th place, and we're going to practice the alternative strategy, which actually works. We're going to practice using intermediates for 2 laps, and then lap 2 laps we're going to switch to racing slicks, mediums, and go from there. That way we can simulate the real time frame of the race. And before I do that, what I'm also going to do is, if you guys want to adjust your phone or laptop settings brightness, you can. I'm going to jack this up to that brightness. Now you'd be asking why you went ahead and adjusted the screen brightness. Well, a good reason is, if you guys missed the first race, this race actually transformed from a late evening to night. And since we got this all the way jacked up to 3.0, this will help us to see a little bit better at nighttime, making the night sky, or the nighttime, actually more like daylight. So that's why I jacked it up to that. Because I felt we were losing a good bit during that time frame, during the transformation. So hopefully doing this will help us a lot. And just in case you guys didn't miss out the first race, first qualifying, we had a mixed batch of drivers with wets and a mixed batch of drivers using inchers. Now, the first lap, of course, wets was a tire choice to choose from. Well, the halfway part of lap 1 going to lap 2, or actually no, it was lap 2 on our final lap. Over halfway of the track, and we'll show you guys when we get there, the water meter level drastically dropped. So one part of the track was drying up a lot faster than the other part of the track. So therefore, that meant if you were on inchers, that was the right tire at the right time to be on. So, you know, first race was a lot to learn from. We did have a shot, but we just, unfortunately, I don't know if I might hit a puddle maybe, and it caused me to lose traction and spun out. Then again, I might have gassed too early and lost the rear end. I don't know. But the second time we did spin, we actually received front damage. But considering that we actually had a shot to finish right at maybe 5th, 4th place, somewhere around there, made a good move on a driver, and the next turn they just shoved me out of the way. So, yeah. But you guys missed it. It was... So I'm not going to try to do one lap and do one lap of this, maybe, yeah. And I'm going to pause the game, maybe, and because my supper is done. So, but don't worry, I'm still going to do one lap with this tire, with this track. I'm expecting it to be about 10 minutes because that's what it was earlier when I tried this out. So I'm still a little bit ticked off a little bit of how things were in the first race, because we did have a shot. We had the freshest medium tires on the track at that point, but still making that driver error and making another driver error, and then getting played dirty at that, like the last turn. Yeah, it was, yeah. But if you're curious to see what cars were good in this race, which kind of shocked me, the driver that won had the McLaren, I think it was a 720S, I believe. That car is good, which that kind of surprised me a little bit. I've seen a good bit of Porsches has been in this race. Surprisingly, the car I've seen that's been the fastest in the main straights is the Alfa Romeo R4C, which kind of surprised me a lot, which I was not expecting that. And that's without any slipstream, by the way. So, very interesting. But I'd like to thank you guys for staying this long, or if you're just now showing up, thank you for joining in the live stream. We've been going at it for about 2 hours, and of course we're going to do the 7 o'clock race, which is going to be about 40 more minutes. We're going to be in the entry fee, or the entry in that race. Just hoping, since I learned from the first race, I'm hoping we'll be able to have a much better execution in the next race, since I know how the race is. I mean, it was amazing that first race. We switched on to inchers, and we were like catching everybody pretty rapidly. And I believe the leader had wets because he got pushed out of the way, and then the McLaren driver at that point, he was on inters as well. He was getting away from the main field. I saw everybody, they were going to the pits. I stayed out one more lap. Well, it kind of didn't work out for me. We actually did lose the lead, but we still kept second place, which I thought was pretty strange, interesting. But after that, it just went downhill from there. But other than that, I thought it was quite the effort. And there was this other guy. I don't know if he was on the same tire compound as I was, but I tried passing this guy, and he just had some questionable blocking methods, and accidentally took him out. I let him pass me through, and I did the same thing to another guy. Accidentally went off one corner too deep because I had damage on the front of the car and let him through. So it was just one mess after the other. But yeah, after I get this lap done, I'm gonna quickly grab me a bite of eat. So you guys are more welcome to stay on the stream if you can. If you don't want to, that's fine. But hopefully I'll be back 15 till when to sign up. I might stay on this particular race track and not switch to the entry track yet. So when it hits 5 till 7, that's when we'll back out of this event, and we'll just go to the main menu and then sign up for the 7 o'clock event. And hopefully that particular event we can just start the pole, or get the pole, get a nice lead over the rest of the field, and hopefully from then on we can get the win. Well, hello everyone, thank you for the live stream. If you guys just now showing up, I'll give you a quick summary of what we have accomplished. So, but this is round 2 of season 2, round 1 of the 24-hour track at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, mixed in with the Grand Prix circuit together. So we got done with our first race. It was okay-ish, in my opinion. We overall had good strategy, made some good moves, but unfortunately made 2 mistakes and got shoved off one of the last turns, resulting in us a P6 effort, which is quite disappointing. We had a shot to win it, but if you guys already know the screen is so bright, well, that's because in this next race I'm going to drive this track with +3 light exposure. That's because this race transitions from the daytime or late evening to nighttime, and I kind of felt I was losing a lot of time on the corners and on the certain straights, not hitting my marks like I was supposed to. So what I'm going to do 15 till 7. I'm going to stay on this particular racing mode and not back out just yet, as that is so bright. My apologies, but I got to do it like this. So I'm sorry that I blinded your eyes just now. I'm about to soon eat, but I'll come back as soon as I can. I'm just going to quickly get to a safe spot and pause it, and I'll be back as soon as I can. But thank you guys again for showing up for the live stream. And if you guys haven't done the race yet, maybe you can learn a lot of stuff from this event, like I did in the first race. And with that, as I do a lovely spin, because why not? Just park you right about here. Alright, I'll see you guys in a bit. So you're more welcome to stay behind, or do whatever you want to do, or just back out and come back. I say 20 till or 15 till. You're more welcome to do so. And if you guys are curious what's for supper, I believe it's barbecue smokehouse pizza. So. I have returned. Okay. Alright, give me 1 second. Alright, now we're back. And we're about 15 minutes away, so like I said. I'm sorry, of course, with blindness. My bad. It's been interesting to see how you can just tell the difference. As you can see, this is beginning lap 2 with the inters, and welcome back, viewers. Just not came from supper, and if you guys missed my first race, I'll let you know what happened. So the race overall was decent. It could have been better, but what happened was I started 4th place. I'll let you guys know what the secret to qualifying is. So basically, we're on inters, and that's the tire to be on. First lap, you got to just be patient and survive first lap. Lap 2, you should be able to gain a good bit of time. Especially, I'll show you guys later in the lap, but the water level really decreases by a lot. And that's qualifying for you. So start on inters, just in case you want to try this race tonight at 9 o'clock. The race itself, just stick on inters, and I think lap 2 or 3, might be lap 3. You're going to pit for a new batch of slicks, and hold off for the rest of the race with those tires. These tires, they last pretty long. The way they got them set up. And you can just see we're about 10 seconds slower early in the lap. Now we're 8.6. So catching quite a good time just by sticking on these inters. And I'll show you guys where you'll catch the most time with these tires. But that's what you'll see here in practice is what you'll also get for the race. So the first lap is going to be extremely wet. So I'd recommend just staying on intermediates. You gotta brave it out. Lap 2, you'll see a huge difference as you see right here. Yeah, we're literally catching our ghost. Our ghost is on wets, and you can just see that we were 10 seconds behind because we spin on the first turn, and now we're down to 7.8. But it won't be till later in the lap that we'll really begin to pick up the pace. Excuse me. So you can see the 6.3, so it's really going down. But the cool thing about that last race was, it was at the end of the first lap, we went to pit road and switched from wets to inters. We had like a 15-16 gap between ourselves and the leader, and we just were hounding down the leader very quickly. Unfortunately, some of the drivers in front of me were on the right tire compound than I was, so I thought I was catching everybody quickly, right off guard. But it was just the leader. He was just holding up everybody else. So, but it felt good though. But I'm thinking if we play our cards right this particular race, we should have a better shot, hopefully. Since we know what to do, since we did one race. Yeah, as you can see now, with being on 2 laps of inters, our gap was 10 seconds right as we spun on the first turn. Now it's dipped down to 1.8 seconds. So by this pace, we'll easily not only catch even with the time, but we'll also be able to gain a good bit of time too. Just gotta be careful right here. There we go. A lot smoother. And you can see at this point, we'll actually be able to beat our personal best record. Now the reason why that record's so low is because this track will eventually dry off. But it takes quite a while. And usually when the track does dry up, that's when you're going to put your medium slicks on. That's when you really can put on some fast lap times. But you can just tell the difference between our car versus a Ghost. We got a lot more grip. We can actually maneuver a lot faster in these turns compared to the Ghost. So this is basically the prime time to be on these tires. And you can see that the track is going the other direction. It's actually risen to 8 seconds, close to 9 now. So it's very comfortable. Now, you could arguably say that the first lap you could start on wets, but if you think about the time it takes for you to finally get to your pit stall, it actually is better just to stay on inters. And right now, it's almost getting close to the time where the softs do come into play. But looking at the time here, we're at 6:53, so roughly we'll be about 5 minutes away from the last minute you can put your entry down. So after this lap, we'll leave here and then go to the main menu where we can sign up for the main entry. But you can just tell that you'll get a lot of time back if you just stick with this particular tires. Oh snap! Yeah, I just might need to turn down that brightness down. Ha! So roughly that would have been probably about a 9:30 maybe, or maybe below that, if we had made contact with the wall. So I'm just going to move this down just a little bit for the time being. Let's put it to 0.5. So hopefully this go around, since we learned from the first race, everything will go a little bit better. Let's do medians or inters. Okay, good. Now it says 12 minutes on the qualifying. That is actually good enough to last you. You do one full lap, pre-lap, and then you have, when the timer reaches 0, you then have 10 minutes left before the timer does expire. So theoretically it's more like 22 minutes. But yeah, I guess what I'm going to do here is just stick here and just wait till the timer reaches 0, and then we can get started with the race. Or qualifying. At least my sportsmanship went up, at least almost to max. That's good. Driver probably went down just a little bit, which is quite unfortunate because a few days ago it was almost right at the brim, which is quite unfortunate. But had a couple bad races and had some races where I qualified back in pack, and even though I made up 4 or 5 spots, so it gives you an automatic bad rating, which I don't know why, but that's the way it does, which isn't fair. But anyway, so just in case you're curious, what we're doing here is we're going to select racing intermediates, and these tires are good if the track is damp. Now the track does have a good bit of moisture, but the reason why we're doing intermediates is when we complete one lap around the track, that's basically when the wets are the dominant tire. But on lap 2, that's when the inters actually do begin to be the better tire out of the two. So when we do qualifying, we're going to do our best to ride around and just be cautious and careful at the same time on the first lap. And then when lap 2 hits, that's when we're going to really put down the hammer down and see what we can do at qualifying trim. So hopefully we will get the pole. If not the pole, then hopefully at least 2nd place or 3rd. And what we're going to do when the race starts is we're going to stick on the inters, and we're going to pit around lap, I believe it's lap 3. We're going to then switch to the medium racing tires, and we'll use that tire to finish off the race. And at the same time, we're going to also increase the brightness of the screen. I might go maybe either 2.0 or maybe up to 3.0. I don't know for sure yet for the nighttime. So that way you'll be able to see the whole track easily in the nighttime. You do have headlights, but the headlights can cover so much area. I would rather have the whole track lit up, so that way I'm used to it. Plus, the last race I did make a few mistakes, and I guess because of the night time and not really being able to see the puddles and hitting the grass too, it kind of cost me this up twice. But we're going to cross our fingers, and hopefully this time around we'll be able to get a better result. But hopefully you guys are having a great day so far. I know it's been a long time since I've done a live stream, so since that time I hope you guys had a good Christmas and Thanksgiving. Here we go. That beautiful sky though. And it looks like we have everybody here is new. I don't see anyone that's the same. Yeah, we have new drivers in this race. Cool. And the majority of them are Americans. We got one Colombian dude and we got one Brazilian. And you can just see by the whole list, the majority people have been using the 911. I was the only GTR driver in the last race too. I'm probably the same. So this is everybody's first, well, except for this one. I think he was in that race. And then so was that guy. He was in that race. So was this guy. So, oh, and then this dude. So we have some that were in that last race. I just don't really remember seeing them, except for this dude right here. Okay, good. Remote inters, good choice. That's what we need to be on. Yes, Falcon, it is heavy damage. Now, what he's talking about heavy damage is whenever you have your car, if you hit the front, rear, whatever, you hit the car, it flashes red, just in case you're new to the game. But there being some heavy damage, that damage will stay on your car until you hit the pit road. So it makes it more difficult and more challenging. So that's probably a big downfall for this series, but you know, that's when you have to really be more clean and more cautious and careful. Alright, let's go. So it looks like everybody except for one dude on the screen took Inter, so I'm pretty sure everyone has gladly have shared information of what to expect in this qualifying trim. I'll be very careful and let Corvette go by. I think the main leader of the group is on wets, so there's a good chance that he'll actually drive away from us since the track is under wet condition. But on lap 2 we should be able to really gain back some time on the leader, as I'm going to carefully negotiate and pass the Corvette. Give him some room. He gave me some room, so thank you, Corvette. And then same thing for the Viper. I'm going to see if he's going to give me some room too, which I hope he does. Move the brake to 2, brake carefully, radar back on. And you just see we're carefully negotiating the turn. We're not doing anything aggressively just yet. And usually qualifying, this is usually the event a lot of people give a lot of breaks. So like you're being held up, you'll have one guy move to the side because, you know, there's nothing you can really gain if you're on a hot lap. So I'm hoping this Viper lets me go at least, but if he doesn't, then I won't be too offended by that. He's trying to get used to the feel of his car, which I can understand because I'm doing the same thing too. Just being very cautious right now. He's not gonna let me go easy. Nope. There you go. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So that green car you just now saw going up the hill, that is actually the Porsche 911. That guy has wet, so like I expected, he's going to pull away a pretty big gap. But like I said, when lap 2 begins, that is when the inters, which we are on, that's the tires that's going to really show up. So all I'm going to do here is just basically hope for the best, survive, keep the car clean as I possibly can, but at the same time to be quick and competitive, so that way I won't have anyone to pass me or to be in my way when it's time to qualify. So this Porsche driver might feel pretty comfortable right now, but when the later part of lap 2 begins, that's when he's going to really lose a lot of time. So I'm actually surprised that there was a lot of these new players that they experienced the first race. They must have got to see some live streams and got to see what to expect for qualifying. So unfortunately, the Porsche in front of me, he's the only guy I think that has wets. Pretty sure everybody else has inters, including ourselves. So, and as you can see, the rain is stopped, or is about to be stopped. I'll show you the radar. As you see here, the light cyan color is light rain, and the darker shade color it is, the heavier it is. So this part of this track is actually drier than the beginning of the start-finish line. As you may know, the left bar that has that light blue bar, that's actually the water level bar, and the higher the bar is, the more water your tires will touch it on the track. And the lower the bar, the least water is on the track. So, since the water level is so high, as you see here, right at the risk of being a darker shade blue, that's basically when you want to be on wets. Now, if the bar is halfway or lower than halfway, that is when you want to run on the intermediates. And if it's like a quarter full to no water level whatsoever, that's when you should be safe on racing the racing slicks. Uh-oh. Okay, we're okay, we're okay. So we still got rain in the area. As you see, the track's still having rain. This is a 12-mile track, so a lot of rain coverage. But as you can see, as soon as that little bit of last pixelated rain is on the screen, we should be clear to go. No more rain, and the track should begin to dry. It just all depends of the sunshine coming out and how fast the game has this track set up for the drying speed. I'm actually beginning to feel a little bit more grip now. As you see, the water levels dip a little bit low below that little bar right there. And you can see we're actually getting closer to the Porsche as well. Just be very careful. See, there's a Porsche right there, so we really are getting on the Porsche at a good bit. Look behind me, there's someone behind me, so we're still good. This corner right here is pretty tricky, so we're going to quickly dip down here, but not too far, and then back on the power. And I believe this is the turning point of when the inters come to life. As you can see, we're still catching the Porsche at a pretty good pace. And trust me, there's a huge difference between wets and inters. Like a huge drastic change. Looks like it's just me and the Porsche driver in our own little world. Okay, see, unfortunately, there's a red bar underneath his gamer tag, which I can see I can pull up. So that red bar, if you guys don't know, if he's going to spin out, that red bar tells you his time penalty. So he had a 2-second time penalty. So I must have been going exceeding over the track limits, which is quite unfortunate. But as you can see, now we got the nice, clean, clear track to ourselves. No one in front of us, so we can go as hard as we want. At the same time, we're going to be careful too. We don't want to mess up because we have plenty of drivers using the same tires as we are, and the slightest mistake we can make can be very, very crucial between becoming the pole sitter of this race event or dropping all the way back outside the top 10. Simple as that. But as you can see, the track is drying up. You can see a little dry pattern showing up on the track, which is nice. Alright, now we can get started our qualifying lap now. So we get to this long straightaway, like gorgeous sunshine on the left side of the track. Huge lead up. The guy that spun out, he's still behind us, but he's all the way far back. You can see there's also a huge train behind us too. Everybody's on the track, they're moving. Thankfully there's no one really stuck or not moving at all, so that's a good sign. Even though I kind of do feel bad for the guys that are way back there. They might have a shot to finish one lap, but it's going to be pretty slim. Alright, let's get started. There's that racing group I was telling you earlier. We got one forming up, so that's a good sign for us. And we got the guy that in the Porsche, he did get passed by someone else. I believe that's the Viper. Alright, race is finished, or the qualifying session is finished, so whatever lap we get is what we get. Alright, now we got the track cleared up. There's no rain on the track currently. So the track should be drying up pretty soon. Should be more grip too. As we get further down the road, you'll see the water level will drop and we'll actually get more grip. Here comes the extra grip kicking in. See how much that racing line is really darkened up, so we can actually push a little bit harder now. Oh yeah. Ooh, it's low wide. We got it. Oh yeah, another good turn. And you can see how much we had gained a huge advantage over the guy in second place. I was kind of fearing he was catching up a little bit, but you can see we just literally left everybody behind. This is going to be a good lap. And usually at this condition, this is when you're going to pit for slicks. Okay, that was an okay-ish last turn. Keep the car straight as we can. 908. Let's see how everyone else did. Oh, that was the Corvette behind us. Okay. Now, if someone has a mega lap like below the 9 minutes, then that'll automatically tell me that you can do slicks. You just have to be patient. And hope for the best. Huh. I guess it's turn traction control on 5, I guess. And turn on every assist you could think of on, and then... Ooh, Corvette came close. Got 2 more drivers. We got the RX Vision and another 911. But I think we got pole. If that's the case, then awesome. So it's myself. Oh, we did it. Okay, so the Porsche driver, he might have used slicks. Okay. Okay. Good to know. So the lowest we can do is P3. I'll take it. I mean, that's a boost from starting 4th. So long. Okay, so that's interesting. I never would thought the slicks would work, but if you think about it, if you have traction control on, counter steer on, and all the assists turned on, I guess you can do it. Survive lap, and then I think halfway through the lap you can just turn everything off and then go with it. And that shows you the difference between slicks and inters right there. I don't believe the guy is going to make it. Nine, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Beep. Nope. Alright. So starting to race in inters. That's a pretty good time with that Corvette. That's close. That's about half a second, so. And the one reason I can think of that they might have caught up so much is because I had such a huge lead over the rest of the field. They had a longer time being on the dryer track. So, I mean, there's advantage for being up front like I was. You don't have anyone to worry about. But at the same time, if you hold off back enough, you have a much faster, easier access, having more time with a drier road. So, but at least we got P2, so that's good. Starting from the front row. I'm gonna be a little bit careful though. I don't want to take myself out or anyone out. So, go follow behind the Porsche for so long and then see if I can make a clean move some way, somehow, and hope for the best. Unless if they accidentally switch on heavies. I mean, heavies could work for a lap, but when the second lap rolls around, then that's when the inters do really come back to life. So, and you never know, some of these guys, they might have different strategies or different ways around this track. That Corvette behind me, he's quick. He was only 5/10 behind me. And, you know, there's no telling how he drives this track. He's probably as fast as I am, I guess. That's a cool livery. That car is also a cool livery too. It's a dinosaur livery. Let's got a fellow GTR driver all the way back in 13th. So you can see we have this huge rainfall. Front two for the brakes. I'm going to turn on radar. That way I can depict if someone's going to drive off the road or not. Which I hope that doesn't happen. I hope we get out of this cleanly in the first turn, because we do not want to get any damage whatsoever, because if we do, it's going to be the end of our race. So, welcome guys to the stream. We're starting race 2 of Season 2, Round 1 of the Nürburgring. And let's get started. Now I'll explain to you guys something a little bit. Now you see I'm on inters, you thinking, well, you should be on wets. Well, not the case. In this race, inters, they'll come to life on lap 2. So in the first lap, like I'm right now, I'm going to be carefully negotiating this racetrack. I'm pretty sure the front two also have inters, I believe so. I'm judging by how much grip they have. You see the Corvette in front of me, he's having a time trying to be careful with his car. So I'm going to be giving him some room. And you can see the Corvette misses his turn. I'm going to take P2 away from him, making up for his mistake, and then we're going to carefully see if I can come back on the Porsche driver. But like I said, with this heavy torrential rain, it's just better to be on inters and try to be careful. Because a good chance that if they're on wets, we can make up a lot of time if they're on wets. It just depends on what gear I'm at and how much pressure I'm putting on the gas. If I'm careful, then the tires will react better and won't spin out as much. And it's also figuring out where to put the car. Hello, Brazil. I'm sorry I didn't say anything earlier, but I'm just being very careful and concentrating on the Porsche driver. So you can just see just me and the Porsche driver leaving the Corvette driver behind. Hello, Isaac. Oh, we got a better run. We got a better run than the Porsche did. We're going to try to see if we can get to slipstream. I don't think we'll make a move, but we're close at him. I do feel the grip coming in. Oh. Very close, losing it, but we held on to it. Okay, the Porsche hit the wall, so there's a good chance he might have damage on that car. If that's the case, we have advantage now. And you can see we're still pulling away from the rest of the guys. Doesn't look like he has damage. Okay, Isaac, I am using the GTR. That is what I'm currently using right now. I signed up for Nissan again for this year. I was with GTR last year. I just like how the car feels. It fits good with my driving style. That's the reason why I picked him. Whoa, he braked earlier than I thought he would. I gotta be really careful this turn right here. Okay, we survived. That is one turn that is very easy. You can easily turn that one corner. I'm not too sure when to pass him. I might not do it just now, because we're both leaving behind the guy in 4th place. Literally. I had poor run there. Turn. And I was hoping to get a good turn that one corner because that is annoying. Guy in 3rd place is catching up. Gotta be kidding me. Or to move. Good. I was trying to be clean. I didn't want to force the leader into a bad situation, so that was a good move on the outside. So I think he's got wet. I'm not too sure. We should feel more grip later in this lap, I think. You can see we're just pulling away now. Good sign. Oh yeah, we're getting a lot of time there. I think the Porsche made a mistake too. He bumped the fourth. Alright, now the track's really gripped up now. We're going to pit for new slicks at the end of this lap. We're also going to crank up that exposure brightness to 3.0, so just letting you guys know the time to do so, because it's going to be pretty bright. Should have been in fifth gear there. We are pulling away. Good to see. It's not over yet though. We need to be on our game still. Anything could happen. Just like that. Oh, that's a good choice too, Max. 911 RSR, that's a good choice too. Are you in this race, or are you just driving for Porsche? Just curious. Hello, Ohio. Oh yeah. I can't do it, chat. I thought you can change it during pit stops. Okay, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Okay, I'll find this. Ha! Got it. But we didn't lose that much time either. That's cool. That's good. Alright, so this is a risk versus reward type of scenario. So with these racing slicks, you have to be on that very dry line. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't want to really offend you and not pronounce your first name, so I'll call you by your last name. So Tom, I really recommend letting you finish that game, because actually it's pretty nice to finish that game up. It's pretty simple. All you need to do is just get a license to level A, and you just basically race the recommend cars, and it's good to go. I kind of wish though they would have done more in the regular story mode than what they did. That way there'll be a sort of a purpose for the IB, IA, and Super license like they did in Gran Turismo 4. Oh, this car is so smooth. But yeah, in this scenario, guys, this is a high risk versus high reward, because the track is not fully yet dry, and then the single inch that touches the wet spots on this track, the car will literally lose control. And you can see we're just literally pulling away. I'm pretty sure everybody's, I think we all have the same tire compound. It's just that they're having such trouble in the corners, I think. But yeah, I think by lap 4 everything should be dry and we can push a little bit harder. Oh, it's downloading. Okay, my bad. So you haven't done it yet. Okay. I thought you were talking about the story mode. Okay. Alright, I won't spoil it then. My bad. Yeah, we're almost there for the track to be fully dry. That's cool. That means I can push a bit harder. And you see, this is why I had so much trouble with earlier in the first race, is I didn't turn on the 3.0 exposure. I can literally see a lot better, especially seeing which parts are dry and which is not. I had it on the default setting. And you can see how bright the sky is. If you were to play this in 0.0, the sky will be dark. So this is more like what you'll see outside your window if it's like 6:30 in the morning, maybe. I mean, it depends on where you live at, but around the 6:30-ish time, or close to 7 o'clock. Let's say 6:45 to 7 a.m. That's probably a safe barrier. But that's cool, Tom, that you got the game. That's cool. I'm certainly glad you got it now than you did back then. Just to save you some of the backstory of what it was like when it first launched off. So, first week in the game, it was decent. You could earn decent rewards. Everything was priced decently. And then week 2 of the game, they had the servers down for like 3 or 4 full days, so that was a bad day. And when the game was fixed, they messed around and cut the earnings in half. So if you look up different money grind videos, the best grind back then was doing a race, and for literally an hour you get 1,000,000 credits or close to it. So it's pretty painful compared to what it is now. And the worst part is probably the microtransactions. That's probably the worst of it all. But they do have special weekly challenges. There are certain races you have to complete certain books in the game in order to do that challenge. You have to be certain levels to do certain things in the game, so just be aware of that too. I actually have a ton of Tokyo grinding videos, but you have to, in order to lock them, you have to beat the game, the original story mode. I was thinking about maybe doing, a walkthrough through the story mode, but I've only covered like the first 2 episodes, but it's pretty simple, pretty easy. If you finish in the podium, the top 3 in each race, you get a free car, so that's a nice start. The upgrades aren't too bad. You get a clean race bonus, which you don't hit anyone and keep the car clean. You get a 50% off extra earnings, so that's pretty nice. But once you level your driver up, collect your level up some more, and once you actually have Tokyo Expressway 600 unlocked, it's the race that has 550,000 credits as your first place earnings. You'll also unlock 3 other money grinding races too. You'll unlock Le Mans, 700 PP race. You'll unlock Spa, which is the grade 3 800 PP race, and you'll also unlock Sardinia road track, and it's also an 800 PP race. And I basically have done all kinds of videos on all those 3 tracks. I haven't done Spa just because the race itself is so long, because it's an hour and a half long. don't know why Leviticus is pitting. He's got the right tires. Unless he's retiring for the night. Yeah, I think after this race time, I'll let you see what I'm talking about, like in the story mode, after this race. Get you as much knowledge as possible to see what you need to know about the game. Man, this car is ripping through these corners. Feels really good. And we're literally just walking away from the field. We only got a 33-second gap. And it's just me talking too. I mean, I've been doing multitasking between talking and just paying attention on the track. I've been really looking at the tracker, and we're still getting away. Oh, you had the disc but it didn't work. Oh. So are you just doing a download? Oh, that's right, you are downloading it. My bad. My bad, yeah. Yeah, that game takes up a lot of storage, sadly. But it's because of all the cars inside the game, the cutscenes, tracks, sound files, of course the graphics. You know, I actually had GT Sport, but I wasn't really able to do anything on sport mode, which is quite unfortunate. So I kind of got rid of it and moved on to GT7. You know, out with the old, in with the new. I kind of regret getting rid of it because that was basically the reason why I got VR for PS4, is because of that. But since it took up so much space, I was like, yeah, I probably will choose one of the two, and I chose GT7 over GT Sport. And I think it's kind of sad that they're getting rid of these servers for sport. Kind of wish I would have, you know, done content on that particular game too, but I really didn't. Back then I didn't really know how to start a YouTube channel. There really wasn't really a purpose for me making videos because everybody had them out already before I did. I basically joined sport back in 2021, I think. So everything you need to know, you basically had videos for it. And that was before I even knew how to learn how to do stuff like share videos, edit videos, commentary, all that stuff. And the main reason why I got this channel is because when we had the whole money issue with GT7 earning credits, just to help out other players in the real world, because you know people didn't want to spend money on credits, which I'm not. I'm also with them too. I want to do it by the game's terms, and not use microtransactions. So that's when I began doing all kinds of Tokyo Expressway grind videos and Sardinia and Le Mans. Because I'm a person that actually works 10 hours a day. I'm right now on vacation, but you know, you have some people that have free time in their hands, but you have some people that actually have to go out and work and don't have time to do grinding on certain tracks. So that's kind of why I made, you know, my channel. And last time I checked, we're 1,076 strong. So it's pretty cool. It's really good to hear back from people having suggestions and recommendations or requests of certain cars, certain tracks, and have certain swaps. So So you have to pre-download? I guess that's what that means. Yeah. Oh, that beautiful night sky. Even though it's 3 times brighter than what it needs to be. I'll also show you guys my special livery, just in case you missed it, that I'm using for this season. I'll explain how the sport mode works as well when we get done with this race. Almost in 4 hours. That's incredible. We gotta go. Ooh. That was close. Whoa, whoa. Nice and smooth. Oh, that was a close call again. We're almost there. My last time through the straightaway. I just realized that fast lap I've done at 8:13.6. That is faster, like 1.4 seconds faster than my qualifying lap I did back the last time I did live stream here in season 1. Huh, wow. That's gonna be it. Nice. Awesome. What a race. Redemption. Let's see, our pole sitter, I think he was second. No, he was fourth. Here he is, right here. So that's our pole sitter right here. Good race for Good Race McRacer. I think he started all the way back in the back of the field. Good race for him. Thank you, Isaac. Appreciate it, man. Let's rest the field now. Sadly, this guy, I noticed during the race, he was up in P3, so I don't know what happened to him. I don't know if he got taken out or what happened exactly. It was like lap 2, I think. So that good redemption race from 6th place or 5th place. Good job for Leviticus. He's up to P6, so good race for him too. Close finish for P2 right here. So that was a good race. That was perfectly executed. Start on inters and then pit on lap 2 for slicks. Increase the brightness on the screen so we can have a bigger visual picture of the track, it being dark. So you guys might just watch out for your eyes just in case. It's not too bright. So that was nice. So we got fastest lap, clean race. There's one other thing I'm missing. Oh yeah, pole sitter. I didn't get the pole. Oh, my eyes. Okay, good. It went up. Good. And that's maxed out. He was a knight, so he was a Corvette guy. Oh, poor guy. Ooh. Okay, I'll say the replay. So apparently, this guy wrecked that guy, so I'm gonna say the replay. That was a good result. Good result. Good redemption from finishing 6th place. Yeah, I know, man. I know you're pain, man. Let's see. I'll message him. You can adjust brightness if you're still here. After pit. Recommend 3.0. I might have spelled that wrong. But you know, I'm just doing that just in case if he left. I want to make sure it was quick. Oh, there goes the time. Well, that was quite the race. Now, like I mentioned before we leave, I want to show you guys my livery that I'm using for my car. And then I guess that's going to be it. But that was a good race though. Mine could have been similar to the season 1 race, but at the same time, it was nice transitioning from wet to dry, so that was good. So here's the car that I have, the livery I made for my GTR. I probably should just go to GTR though, rather than, because it's going to pan different shots with the car. Yeah, that's what I'll do. But yeah, I made a custom livery with this car. I'm sticking with this livery the whole season. Because last season, when we did season 1, I've downloaded a lot of liveries. Oh, hey Tom. So Tom, if you just now missed it, got the win. Dominant performance. I'm about to show you guys my livery that I have for the car. A full-fledged look at it, and then I'm going to I'll show you, Tom, I'm talking about with the story mode, so that way you can get a much easier, better knowledge of the game. So here's a livery of the car itself, and I actually like how it turned out. Golden trim. You got the classic Gulf stripes on each side of the car. The Kurt Busch number 97 on the door. I got the manufacturer's cup right where the NASCAR Winston Cup Series used to have their logo, right there. Of course, you got the YouTube channel on the door. American flag on the window sticker. PS4 Pro because that's what I got. Milwaukee tools because I'm a big fan of Milwaukee. Taco Bell because I like Taco Bell. Baja Blast because I like Baja Blast. Roll Tree, Napa Auto Parts. And of course, I got a little thing that says follow me on TikTok and YouTube, so I don't know if any of them will or not. If they don't, then I'm okay with that. Just letting everybody know that I'm actually expanding my social media through Gran Turismo 7. I actually do have a few bit of drive-bys shots in my TikTok. I was trying to figure out a way how to be live on TikTok as well, but unfortunately I don't have the option to go live on the phone for some reason, so I might have to email them telling them, hey, I don't have live as an option. Is there a way you guys can fix that? So, but I like how it turned out. Alright, so when you start the game, Tom, you'll have some credits in the game already. I forgot what the amount is. Because when I started, I had enough. You go to used car dealership. From there, the game will encourage you to buy your very first car. I think your best bet might be either the Lancer Evo or the Impreza sedan. Those are my two best recommendations. I had the older Impreza from '98. That was my car, my very first car I chose. After that, I'll show you the cafe, which is actually like the main hub of the story mode, and I'll just go ahead and show you some menu books. So here's the archive. So you have Japanese concept cars. This is your first one. You get podium. You get these three cars, and then once you do that, you'll then be told to go to earn your B1 license. The European Classics, you get top 3 finishes. You get these cars for free. Then you go to your first championship over at High Speed Ring. And then, you know, just keep climbing up the board. You keep getting slightly better cars throughout the game. And then you'll be encouraged to tune your Mini Cooper to 360 pp or more. European Hot Hatch. Then you'll be told to wash your car. Tokyo Expressway. This is not the Tokyo Expressway I was telling you earlier. This is a different Tokyo track. Then you go to the FR class for the Japanese cars, and then you keep going more modern hot hatches. Then you go to the France Championship. Then you'll have these missions right on menu book 13. I'll tell you something about them later. Mustangs. Book 14, 15 Camaro. Then you'll be encouraged to take a photo of your car. Then Trial Mountain Cup. Nissan Sport cars on book 18. 19, you get these free rally cars for free. You just get top 3. Show you custom wing at GT Idol, that's book number 20. 21, you get the Asian Oceania Championship. 22, you collect all these 3 BMW M3s. Then after that would be Alfa Romeo. And then 24. Is the circuit experience. So what's your question about when you have it 1 mil or 1 M? Okay, no problem, man, no problem. I got a little confused what you were saying. Continue on. You'll actually get better and better races as you keep going. So I'm just showing you these mini books, which is kind of later in the game. I believe, I might be wrong. You'll actually be encouraged to get a wide body. Then Pan American Championship 29, 30. Upgrade your Porsche to either 600, 650 range. Then you'll have a collection where you can get these 3 911 Porsches. Then Supras on menu 32. Menu 33 is WTC 600. Menu book 34 is AMG collection. 35 is GTRs. And then 36 WTC 700. 37 is grade B cars. What's up, Porsche fan? Oh, that's funny. The Porsche 911 fan. Oh, you're in my race. So where'd you finish? Because I know there was a lot of Porsches in that race. Or actually, text me, what was your racer profile name? That way I can know for sure. Oh, so you're the McDriver. Okay. Yeah, I was explaining to Tom about the whole menu book series because he's got GT7 downloaded. I wanted him to get yeah, some kind of knowledge of what to look for into the game. Alright. So, Tom, when you reach book number 39, this is going to be the last Canon Mission Championship of the game. So, once you get 39, you then kind of beat the game. That's what it's like. Alright, so McRacer. Okay, so McRacer. So, how I was able to basically get a huge lead is after I got done with the pit strategy, when I switched over to racing mediums, I went ahead and adjusted my brightness level to 3.0. That way I could see a much bigger, better picture overall in the track. So that way I can see where the dry racing line was a little bit better. Because the first race that we had, I had default and I made a mistake. I was in P2 behind the McLaren driver, and I think I hit a puddle or hit the grass and lost control, smacked the wall, wrecked, and then made another mistake, and then I got shoved by a driver and finished 6th place. So after that first race, I then began to know what tire to start from there, and then when to pit for slicks, and then when I had the darkness issue, I then went ahead and turned the brightness to 3.0. And then also just practicing Nürburgring, just racing it for so many years throughout so many different racing games and consoles. But now these books right here, Tom, book 40 all the way to 48, 49. you actually will get these like after you beat the game. You have to be a certain collector level, which I'll also explain later on. Matter of fact, I'm actually doing 49. This is actually from the X29 Red Bull driver. Thanks, Porsche driver. Or Porsche 911. So when you complete, I'll show you in the experience I'm talking about. So whenever you start a championship in the game, you will have down here in the very bottom of the list all these championships. So here's your first one. You know, pretty simple, pretty easy, basic. They'll have suggest performance. Now, what you can do, here's the funny part. So you can actually get any car you want as long as it's a road car. And you can actually go over that 400 point margin, and let's say you want 500-600. You can easily dominate the field and win this easily if you want to put money toward it. And you can actually do that for all these races here. So you can put an easy way to level up your performance points is racing tires or weight reduction. You don't necessarily have to buy like a bigger, add more horsepower to an engine. All you have to do is just add racing tires, and that's a huge advantage because some of these races, these early races, they'll be using comfort tires. Now with the Tournament, I'm pretty sure it might be comfort tires too. But like I said, if you have a huge tire upgrade like racing tires, racing brakes, weight reduction 1, 2, and 3, that's actually like the best way to do it. And then you keep going, you see the performance goes up 600, 700. Now I'll show you a fun thing about this one. So there used to be an old method of earning a lot of credits, and the way to do that is you have to make sure it's a road car in US, and the performance recommendation is 700. So you actually can go way above that if you want to. So back in the day, what you would do to basically really cheat on this is you can get this car right here, this SRT Tomahawk SVGT, 1,000 horsepower, 2,030 pounds. Like, how did you use the brake pedal? Is that what you're asking? Or how do I brake what? The way I use is the analog stick. You could use the triggers, but I usually use the analog stick. I'm more into the person that's used to it from playing it from Gran Turismo 4. But there's an old method using this car, the SRT Tomahawk, at the Pan America Championship. And this car actually was the best car to use in these whole series. Now, I don't want you to do that because not only does it give out 1,000 performance points, which is, I mean, I know it's an easy way to win it and stuff, but there's a huge reason why the car is that good. So I'll show you where to get that car. So you go Brand Central, and the Tomahawk is actually under Dodge. And I'll explain to you the story about these Tomahawks. So the Tomahawk that we're using, the SVGT, that's why. It's 1 million credits. So it's very expensive. You have to grind a long time to get that car. This car used to be severely hated. If you look at an old, let's say you just use the word key search Tokyo Expressway with Tomahawk. There used to be an old money race that you could use at Tokyo Expressway, and you could actually mess with the performance points, the performance regulation, to a point where you can actually get a car that's, you know, definitely a huge game changer, and definitely will beat that race no problem. So here's the race I was telling you about. you will not you'll get this race after you complete the canon story mode. So menu book 38, I believe. If you beat that the championship, you'll get this race. And I've done so many builds, grind videos in this particular race. I've been doing these kind of grinds with Tokyo Expressway since update 1.24, I think, and that's literally over a year and a half ago. But to show you more about the championships, you have WTC 600. Usually it's sport cars, so you can notice every car is getting better. Here's the tracks right here. There's a 3-race series. 700. These are actually grade 4 race cars right here. And then of course, here's the last championship. 800 performance points, and these are grade 3s. And as you can see, you got Deep Forest Raceway, Circuit de Spa, Le Mans, Mount Panorama, and of course the Nürburgring, which we were at just now. The 24-hour version. So, but yeah, there's a lot of ways to also look out for. Is you'll have the used car dealership. There's a lot of good cars you can get from that used car dealership to use at Tokyo Expressway whenever you get that level. I think the next thing I want to show you now is the collector level, which is that hot pink number 50 on top of the screen. So what that number does and how to increase it is you have to either buy cars, win cars from roulette tickets, which is these right here. If you see the word gifts, you'll get all these tickets throughout the game, okay? So you can get a 1-star, 2-star, 3-star, 4-star, 5, 6-star. 6-star is the really good stuff. So lately, if you get the login campaign rewards, you'll get 200,000 credits, a 4-star campaign ticket, a 6-star login campaign ticket, a 5-star ticket. So I'll just show you how it works. So go ahead and click on your ticket. So this is a 4-star, and let's see what it's going to land on. So and we get a tuning part. So not really the best thing you could get, because you could easily buy it for 6,300 credits. So that's quite a understatement reward. Underrated, extremely underrated, when you can just easily buy it. So here's a gift of 200,000 credits that you can get if you get the login campaign reward. Now, here is a ticket that is the best ticket, in my opinion, in the whole entire game. 6-star roulette ticket engine. Okay, so I'll go ahead and let's play the mini game, and I'll explain what it does. So you have all these engine palettes. Let's see which one's going to pick. Okay, so we got the NSX Concept GT16. Okay, 500,000 credits is the price retail for it. So you might ask, what does it do? Well, let me show you. So in the game, there is certain cars that can take certain engine swaps. So let me go to manufacturer. And let's pick out, let's do this one. Yes, this is the right one. So here in our car settings, this basically shows you all the stats on your car. It shows you performance points, max power, max torque, weight, front rear weight balance, acceleration, stability, rational G, engine model, drivetrain, and aspiration. So engine model, you see here the F20C-S2000-GT1. This car right here can take that engine. Now there's two ways of doing this, so I'll go ahead and show you. So if you're not level 50, this big hot pick number, which I discussed earlier, in order to increase it is you gotta buy cars, or you can win cars throughout the game. That's how you increase your level, and especially if you get the more expensive cars through the legendary car dealership, which I'll show you later too. that can really jack up your collector level. Not to mention, but there are certain things you have to be a certain collector level in order to do certain things in the game or have certain events in the game. So with this car, I'll show you the way. If you're not level 50, let's say if you're level 1, level 2, or level 15, 16, anything but 50. So if you're like level 49, you're going to go to tuning parts. You see all these engines list right appears, which you'll collect throughout the whole game. This is your engine bracket. Down here is the car specific parts. This is the parts you'll get for cars throughout the whole game. And it's so simply, you just equip the car and you can just get a free upgrade for your car. That way you can save some money on GT Auto or the tuning shop and not using the money. Now this right here, the connecting rods and pistons, that is actually a level 50 rare item. So I'll also explain that to you too as well. Now for my Lamborghini Aventador LP 700, I have weight reduction stage 5, which is a legendary piece. So you can get a lot of good parts. Now, with the car I have now, I can get this free engine swap and don't have to worry about going to GT Auto to buy an engine swap. You just click on it, you hit install, and then bam, you just save 500,000 credits just by not buying the engine swap. Now let's say if you don't have the engine but you want to buy it, like I said, you have to be level 50. What you do then is you go to GT Auto, car maintenance service, wait for the screen to load up, and then boom, right here in the very bottom, you see engine swap, 500,000 credits. Is the exact same engine, but that is like the other option you can do. And you can see that this engine gives out huge buffs, close to 750 performance points overall. And you can see everything's in blue, so it's really good engine for this car. And the only way you can interact with this engine swap, because if you're not level 50, this would be the same color as the wide body. It'll be faded out. You won't be able to interact with it. You have to be level 50 right up here. So whenever I do my Tokyo Expressway videos or Le Mans videos, that does it. I always make sure to let the viewer know you have to be level 50 if you want to purchase it. But if you're not level 50, if you have the engine base model for it, you can always go to tuning parts, check your tuning parts just to make sure, and if you have it, then you can use it as a voucher. So that's how engine swaps work. As I try to catch my breath, we'll take a little swig of Mountain Dew. Alright, the last thing I want to show you now is the tuning parts, the tuning shop. This is the shop you go to get your parts. So you have in all categories to sports, club sports, semi-racing, racing, extreme. These are all canon, okay? So this is where you had these when the game was launched. When update 1.38 was released, when you had the chance to buy the engine swaps, they added the ultimate parts. You see, these are like the ultimate parts, well, like it says. So these are like parts on steroids, in other words. So you can get ultra high RPM turbocharger, supercharger RPM S, carbon propeller shaft, reduction stage 5, bore ups S, stroke up S, titanium connecting rods and pistons, and high lift camshaft. Now, the only thing about this is that there are certain cars that can take some of these parts. You see, this car does not apply to these parts. So, just like I said, some cars do take engine swaps and some of them don't. And some cars do take these parts and some of them don't. It just depends what car you have. Now, here is sports. So here's all the sport parts you can get through here. Club sports, which is a little bit minor parts, which I'll explain after I go with show all these to you. Racing parts. And here is extreme. And I'll explain what they do. So Starting with sports, sport computer is basically the little sister to this part. Sports air filter is like the little sister to this part. Sports muffler is the little sister to this part. Sport brake pads are the little sister to that part. Straight suspension is like, I'm pretty sure it just lowers or improves handling by minimizing body roll. You got weight reduction stage 1. Once you purchase that, you then have the chance to purchase this. After you buy this one, then you can buy this one. And sometimes after you buy this one, you can buy the weight reduction stage 4, or what you can do is you can go straight to 5 and you can buy the 5th one all together without having to buy in the 1st through 4th. Comfort tires, these are like beginner tires. They are horrible. This one is trash, literally trash. Don't use it. You can see this one's 519 points, this one's 560, so this one is literally garbage. Here's comfort softs. Now I will tell you, whenever you do Tokyo Expressway 600 races, when you beat the game, most of the AI you'll be racing against will be racing comfort mediums, and there is a blue Honda NSX driven by Gallo, and they drive the comfort softs. So I recommend your tire choice being for Tokyo Expressway 600 is either sport hards, if you can squeeze it, or sport mediums. It just depends what car you have. Bore up basically adds a little bit more horsepower, torque, and also decreases your weight to power ratio. Same thing for your lift, your high lift camshaft, same thing. High compression pistons, they also improve your horsepower and stuff. Sport brakes, which is basically the little sister to these two. Then you have sports collector flywheel, which is actually a part that increases acceleration just about a little bit. One-way, two-way LSD, or differential is what we call it. High and close ratio, transmission high and low. Weight reduction stage 2. Power restrictor, what this does, it actually adjusts your HP, so you can actually take off horsepower if you want to lower your performance to a certain level. And ballast, all it does, you can add weight to either the full car itself overall, or you can shift the weight toward the front, where it has more weight to the front or more weight to the rear. And for certain cars, you have the chance to buy dirt tires you can use to race on dirt tracks. Racing crankshaft, which also increases your power, torque, and weight reduction. Fully customized computer, it basically you can customize how much power output you want on your engine. Semi-racing muffler, which is basically a small sister to the racing muffler. And then these three, you have the low RPM turbocharger, the medium RPM turbocharger, and the high RPM turbocharger. So to show you what those two, let me switch to another car and I can show you a much better picture of what these parts do to another car. Since this car I'm using actually doesn't have the turbocharger. Alright, time, I'll wait. Let's go with category. That'll work. I'll just get ready. That's what I'll do. Let's pick this one. Oh yeah, that'll be good. Alright, I will wait for Tom. Are you still here, Porsche 911? Or Mick Racer, are you still here? I think it'd be better if I just show Tom this too, because that way he'll have an idea of how much everything cost. That's probably what I should have done in the first place. And what each the stats do. Ooh. That could work. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Awesome. Welcome to the live stream. If you're here to see racing on Nürburgring, unfortunately I have just now finished my last race. I'm actually here with the guy who came in second place. But if you would like to stick around, and you're more welcome to do so, we're trying to teach a guy who's now downloading the game what to expect when he starts up the games. I just went with him. The main story mode, the cafe, engine swaps, how they work. So now I'm showing him how the tuning parts, how they work. It's incredible. We've only been doing it for 4.5 hours. That's awesome. I just wish that we would have like some OG Gran Turismo 4 music. I really do. Or Gran Turismo 3. I know there was once a video I saw, and it was like an unused content for like a map from GT7, and it looked pretty cool. And they actually have one of the OG main menu songs from Gran Turismo 4, and I was like, oh, I mean, there'll never be a game like Gran Turismo 4. There'll never be one. Forza has never came close. I mean, I done Forza 2, 3, and 4. I mean, I done Forza 5, 6, 7, and roughly the one I was mostly like the most of all of them was the fourth one. But like I said, GT4 will always be top. Alright, Tom, just let me know when you're back. I'm just gonna wait till you show up. I remember when I was younger and just played the story mode for GT4, and you had the chance to buy, I'm pretty sure you remember this too, McRacer, when you bought like 5 or 6 different racing compounds. You had super hards, you had the hards, you had the mediums, and then you had softs, and then you had super softs, or it was crazy. I mean, and the greatest part was then too was, okay, cool, Tom, good. So I got on with me the GTR Nismo 17. You can actually buy this at Brand Central. I'm just going to show you what process you're going to expect with all these parts. So here's the sports computer. So you can see there is a little bit of buffness to this, just about a little bit, but as compared to the real one. The only difference between this one is you can actually customize whatever number you want. Here were the RPM turbochargers. You got low, medium, high, and then for the ultimate, you have ultra high. So just to show you which does what, the low RPM turbocharger is usually best whenever, for of course, lower RPM. One thing you can tell is it'll have the lowest max power and have the highest torque. Here's medium. This is actually a well balanced package. You see there's a bit more horsepower this one, but you can see the torque's not as much, I believe. Or actually there is more torque, my bad. High RPM turbocharger, the most horsepower and the most torque. And then if you have the ultimate, this is like the biggest. So yeah. So this is a little bit better than the red. Then you have fully customized LSD, and this actually is probably the best part in the game, and I'll explain why. So this racing LSD enabling the customization of operating torque and initial torque. One way that makes it really good is it lowers your overall value of the car. If you're doing a Tokyo grind, you'll definitely will need this part. Fully customized transmission, you can see it lowers that value, and I'll show you why. Let me go ahead and purchase it, and I'll show you why. And I'll purchase also racing transmission, and I can compare the two to show you what's the difference. And then since this is an all-wheel drive car, we have what's called a torque vectoring center differential. I'll purchase this too. Racing classic flywheel, which also improves acceleration, but you can see this is actually the bugged item because it lowers your overall performance points, when in reality it actually bumps it up. But I'll show you what it does too. And look at this. Increased body rigidity, and basically it just reinforces the entire body. Aerodynamic efficiently is a must to get to top speed, and sometimes it will lower the overall points just by a little bit, but every point counts. So I'm going to go ahead and put down the car as well. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the racing muffler, air filter, and intercooler in, and exhaust manifold, so I can let you do a hearing comparison on the car. I'm going to leave basically the rest of the stuff off the car. We're going to go into a long straightaway, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to let you hear the difference between what it sounds stock and what it sounds like with the racing parts on, and it's actually a pretty nice sound to it too. I'm going to be riding, I believe, the cockpit cam. I believe that's what I'm going to do. So we're going to use special stage route X, go to time trial. We'll do it at nighttime. But yeah, Tom, I'm really glad you got the game. You actually got a much better time than you did when you got launch, because launch edition, it was okay-ish, and then it got really bad. A lot of people complained about the game, and then Panifly finally did put money grind races on the game. So let's get started. Now, a cool thing about this is they actually add in a race shop item into before you do a race, which is cool, and you can actually buy whatever tires you need. Dirt, snow. Oh yeah, they actually add snow tires. I think it was 2 updates ago. Let's go sports settings. Let's do now what this does. Differential. What this does is if you put your torque, let's put the 5, and 60. I'm going to put this torque vectoring on 2575, by the way. I want to take these off. Take that off too. Either way, that torque I was now adjusting on the car, Tom. What it does if you're at a corner, and I'll show you when we get to a track that has a corner. It basically gives the car a little bit more grip halfway to the corner. All right. Let me really amp this up real quick, so give me 1 second. And unfortunately, my battery on my controller is dying just a little bit, but that's okay. I can fix it. This. Do that. That. That'll work. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's what it sounds like on stock. Now, what we're going to do is put these racing parts in, and you'll clearly will hear a huge difference. Alright, let's go. Oh yeah. So trust me, those parts, they just sound absolutely incredible. So there is little details in the game that you can actually hear. Let me go to a track that has a corner to show you that differential real quick. Welcome to the live stream. If you're wondering about the race of Nürburgring, I'm sad to report that I actually done that race. But if you'd like to see my race highlights, I will, as soon as this video is done publishing, I will have it. Here's what my race was like. I did 2 races. The first race was not quite successful, but the second one was. Okay, Tom. Well, hopefully what you were able to learn tonight, Tom, hopefully it's a big help to you and get you already prepared in the game itself. Well, now, one thing I do want to show before you do go, real quick, is in the game you'll have something called normal license. You have B, A, IB, IA, and S. The only 2 licenses you need in the game is B and A. IB, IA, and S. If you want to go and get some cars, as you see on the bottom screen, is what they're made for. So you just need these 2 right here to finish the story mode. But yeah. So hopefully this helped you a lot, Tom. Hopefully this will really prepare you whenever you do start your story mode in Gran Turismo 7. And then once you do beat the game, if you're willing and would like to partake in all kinds of online racing, you can go to sport mode, and we'll have all kinds of races you can join that they have it set up where you can earn your driver's ranking or safety rating, which is the daily races. So for this week you have Garden Trail 4 and then St. Croix grade 3, and you have for no updates, so no matter where you finish here, your safety rating and driver will not be affected. You have Nürburgring Sprint. So once you beat the game, if you want to try to get your racing level, or not, yeah, kind of your racing experience spiced up a little bit more, you can do daily races if you want to. Also, if you wanted to join in the Manufacturers Cup or Nations Cup as well, you can. And we also have online time trial, which if you hit a certain criteria, lap time, if you hit medal, you'll earn so many credits if you beat these certain times. Now, unfortunately, however fast this guy goes in first place will actually lower the time overall. So we have Spa, and then we have Map Fiji with the grade 2 race cars. So that's also another alternative way to get a lot of credits, especially if you don't have a particular car. You can always rent one, as you see here on the bottom of the screen. That way you have try your hand at it. Same thing goes for here too, and that also goes for the daily races. If you don't have the car that you need, you can always go to here, rent a car, and boom, you'll be able to basically do any race you want to. You just have to watch racing etiquette first, and then you'll be good to go. So hopefully that basically helps you a lot, and have a good one, Tom. So, well, this has been quite a crazy day. here in Gran Turismo 7. Really appreciate all you guys watching. Appreciate you guys coming at the last couple minutes, leaving all kinds of comments. Really huge. Amazing having 64 comments. That's probably the most I've ever had in this whole live stream or ever. So I really appreciate it. Thank you, McDriver. Really cool racing with you, man. So hopefully everything goes well with you, Tom. Hopefully what I was able to share with you has been a big help. So hopefully all you guys have a great rest of the night, and I'll see you guys later. Take care.